Alrighty guys, good morning. Welcome back to our Beluga live cams. I'm up here on the Churchill Estuary, again way up here in northern Canada, on the western side of Hudson Bay. Again in the actual river estuary, so I can kind of look at my starboard window right now and I can see right out into the open Hudson Bay. We have a whole pile of whales coming up here now, so I think you guys are going to be getting some good views here very, very soon. Beautiful day here. Not a whole lot of wind, a little. Some cloud cover, some sunshine. Temperatures are just comfortable. I think it's going to be a pretty good day. Seems like the whales are feeding right now. I see a lot of birds up ahead and a lot of whales darting around, so I'm assuming they're probably chasing those capelin again this morning, but we'll see now in a little bit. Of course, my name is Brian. I'm your captain, coming at you from the Sea Canary, which is Polar Bears International's Beluga boat. We are running cams for Explore.org. We have underwater cams, above deck cams, and we have a hydrophone as well, so you're going to be able to get to listen to these whales really good. I want to thank Explorer, of course, for having us, our friends over at Frontiers North Adventures, and actually some guys we have on board here today from the Assiniboine Park Conservancy. Today we have myself and Stefan and Beluga researcher Meg on board as well. So again, please, if you guys have any questions, just pop them in the comment section. It's a great day to get a lot of those technical questions in. These people have just years and years of experience with Beluga, so it's a good time to get those tough questions in. We are Polar Bears International. We inspire action to protect polar bears and their Arctic sea ice home through research, education, advocacy, and international collaboration. Our schedule for today, we are on the water now until 4:45, I do believe, Central Time. So we got a bit of time together here. Lots of time for you to see lots of whales and experience a day here in Churchill, wherever you may be in the world. Again, jump over to that comment section anytime you want. I know a lot of people put up still shots, which is super cool because I get to see some of the stuff that I miss here while I'm operating this boat and all these technical devices we have going on here. And by all means, leave your questions, and I will check back with you guys in just a bit. So right now, guys, it's just the typical start of a regular day tour here in Churchill. We do have quite a few whales on the move. Seems like they are feeding, so we're just going to bear with them here for a little bit, and hopefully they'll soon come to say hello. Once they get full, they should get a little more curious and want to have some fun with us. In the meantime, I did mention we are on the Churchill Estuary, which is, of course, off the Hudson Bay. Fun fact about the Hudson Bay is the second biggest or largest bay in the world at 1.23 million square kilometers. So it's just a huge body of water. We are way over here, right on the western side of it. It's second only to the Bay of Bengal in the Indian Ocean, so that's pretty cool. It's a relatively shallow bay. I do believe right at its deepest point, the Hudson Bay is right around 800 feet, 8 to 900 feet anyway, would be the deepest. And on average, I do believe it's right around 300 feet. So we actually took the boat a few days ago and went for a run. We saw some sea ice way in the distance. We were gonna try to reach it, have a look. It ended up being too far, but we did go quite a ways out from shore, and we were probably 4 to 5 miles out, and we were still only in 80 to 100 feet. I don't think we went over 100 feet actually. So it's a relatively shallow bay as far as oceans go. Considering these belugas can dive 2,000 meters, the Hudson Bay is, just a short little swim for them to get to the ocean. Um, 21 and Clef. Nice to see you guys back here this morning. Hope you're having a great morning or afternoon. Not really sure the time difference where you guys are, but well, I guess it's technically not morning for us anymore either. But so we got some whales just starting to show up and give us some love here. April, Owl, and Bean Still. Good to see you guys back. Welcome to the live camps today. Quite a few whales around us, but again, they're just kind of zipping around, doing their thing. You guys should be getting some cool listens, I'm sure. I can hear them just sitting here from time to time, so should sound good for you guys on the hydrophone. Keep an eye on those underwater cams too, guys. I think I've seen a couple jellies maybe zip by. So you know you may see some jellies, you may see some capelin as well. We got some riding right along with us now on the port side above water, and a bunch more heading our way right now. So there we are. See what they want to do. We got some riding along right now on the back, on the underwater cams. Really cool look at the faces and the melons. It's amazing to me watching them on the underwater cams. It really gives you a good sense of just how curious they are, how intelligent they are. You guys are getting some great shots on the underwater cam so far. We had a very, very curious group there for a few minutes. Billy Jack, you had a really cool pic of close-up of the lips there. You can really see the roughness on that face. For those of you who may be just tuning in or don't know, they get a lot of that rough skin around their mouths from feeding on, you know, the rocky bottom and beneath, the rough, sharp edges of the ice as well. Kind of gives them that chapped lip look. I do see some babies zipping around here close to mom as well, so keep your eyes open for that. Never know, we may get one to come to the underwater cam again. It's pretty neat to see those babies and just how, close they stay to mom, and every little thing that mom does, they kind of mimic. We see that in polar bears too, actually. When I work with polar bears in the fall, we see the moms with the cubs, and a lot of times, you'll see the mom doing exactly, or the cubs doing exactly what mom is doing. They may be walking along, and mom may stop to scratch, and the cub will stop and scratch just like mom does. Just like our own human children. Kind of watch every move we make. That's how they learn. These babies are going to stay with mom for 2 to 3 years, so these newborns, so they're going to get to learn everything that they need to know from her. Whether that be, everything from socializing to dangers, feeding, migration routes. Up a picture of a really, really unique looking scar there, and that scar to me kind of looked much deeper, something that would last multiple years, if not for life. So yeah, that would be for sure would be identifiable. Once that's logged, if you ever see that whale again, for sure we'd be able to tell who's who from that. And here, zipped up that way, chasing the food. We do have some pulling up the back here though to see us, which is good. Buffington's good to see you this morning in the comment section. You said 3 of many. That is very true. There are many whales in this estuary right now. We've seen quite a few actually already. Came by to say hello on the underwater cam. But again, they are busy. So we're just going to motor along, hang in there, and wait for the rest of the crew to show up here. And as they're feeding too, guys, they use a great deal of teamwork as well to corral these fish. You know, schooled fish, they definitely work together to get. So yeah, when they're turned on to feeding here in the estuary, a lot of times they've broken up into larger groups and they're working on their fishing. So we just got to wait for them to be done that, I guess. Great capture of that jelly that went by there. Cool. I don't, like on my small screen, sometimes I can just see a blur or zip by, but it's great when you get those stills. That's a nice shot for sure. Just going to motor along again here. You'll see a few bubbles on the underwater cam. Just taking our time up a little bit ahead here. Seems like there's a lot more action starting up more towards the mouth of the estuary. So let's check it out. Sometimes too, guys, you might have seen it back there. I saw it on my screen there. When you sometimes you give a little bit of speed and you have no idea there are any whales anywhere, and they'll just pull up beside you and get behind and get in those bubbles. They do sometimes when they're really playful. They really like those bubbles on their face, it seems. Just again, just goes to show how playful they are. Incredibly intelligent. Quite a few whales heading our way, guys. You may start to hear them really well again on the hydrophone as they make their way closer to us here. For the birders in the group here watching live, we do have quite a few Arctic terns zipping around here. Definitely collecting some leftovers from the beluga feast. Also have some Bonaparte skulls for sure. I've seen quite a few of them. Got some whales circling around on my starboard side. I do believe they may come for a look. See what happens here. There we go. We got some whales here checking us out. Stefan's got his 360 underwater cam going there. Seems like they do like to come up and chomp on that one from time to time as well. For those watching the above water cams on our port side, you'll actually see the shoreline on the opposite side of the Churchill estuary. You'll notice those light colored stones, sand, gravel stuff that's over there. For anyone who's interested in archaeology and artifacts, there are quite a few fossilizations in the Churchill area. I actually did a hike there a few days back, and we were seeing all kinds of cool, imprints, indentations of ancient plant life, which was super cool to see. And again, all just humongous sheets of ice, and it did compress this land, which is, to me, is still unfathomable that ice could force the actual landscape down like that. Much like a sponge, much like you push your finger down in a sponge, and when you let go, it slowly rebounds. So that's what's going on here with the land. Isostatic rebound. I'm just curious, any of our viewers today, have any of our viewers been to Churchill before? Have you visited for any reason? Have you seen the whales in person? Have you seen the polar bears? Let me know. Just hopped over to the comment section. Arena. I saw you just you had a comment there asking were there any bears. Sometimes there are bears on the opposite shore. You are very right. There certainly are bears on the opposite shore from time to time. You normally we don't see them as much this time of year as what we would in the fall and as freeze up starts to come on, but we have seen quite a few actually this year so far since I've been here. You know, both around town, outside of town, and across the river. None today. I don't see anything right now, but of course that could change at any time. I will certainly let you guys know if I do see one, and if that happens, maybe we can pull up and see if we can get above water shot of it. But yeah, there's been one hanging out for a couple days actually out at the mouth of the estuary, but again, haven't seen him today or yesterday. Just saw in the comment section that Cloud actually posted there a cool little diagram there, and she says, speaking of fossils, the largest complete trilobite is from Churchill. That's awesome, Cloud. Thank you very much. I actually didn't know that, so thank you. We're all learning. A couple of you guys come to church, and that you, of course, you love watching these live cams. It's the next best thing, and I would. It's pretty cool that you your computer wherever you are in the world and get to see wild, in their natural. Definitely pretty awesome. We got some whales heading our way on the starboard side. Looks like they may come in for a look. Just keep an eye on those underwater cams. Some great scarring on some of these whales we're seeing here today. Again, that scarring could most likely will come from them rubbing their teeth on each other as part of their social behavior for sure. But, they carry scars just like we do from different events in their lives. Sea ice certainly gives them some scarring as well. Maybe attacks from polar bears. Some adult male polar bears can take these belugas, especially when the belugas are trapped in the ice and only have one area to blow and get oxygen from. The bears are hanging out around those holes, and from time to time they are successful for sure. So I have Stefan with me right now. He's actually on the bow of the boat watching some beluga zip around us here. And he's going to chime in on some of that scarring there. And I think he's got a pretty good idea. So.
Yeah, I've kind of had this idea waiting for a student, but really, I think it might be fun for anyone to do. So my theory is the rake marks that we see on the beluga are made because teeth are at a same distance and they can't change. So if we take a picture that has rake marks or some sort of like line scars, those superficial ones, and you had a little Zen garden with a little rake, if you can recreate those with your little rake, that means it's a rake mark from another whale. But if it's impossible to recreate, then it's probably polar bear claw marks, because they're much more flexible and they'll move with the bear and with the movement. So it might be it will be a fun thing to do for someone, if not anyone here, maybe a student, to just see how many of these rake marks are from their other beluga and how many are actually polar bears jumping on them, but them getting away. All from the comfort of your home and a little Zen garden. Anyways, if anyone takes it up, let me know how it turns out.
That's a great idea, Seven. But yeah, that's a good point. When they rake their teeth, of course the teeth are much more solid, and they aren't struggling so much. Flexible claws on a polar bear, and for sure, that whale is certainly moving a lot, trying to get away.
Yeah, and the bear's claws, even themselves, can be wider or closer together depending on how they hit on that whale. So, yeah, it should be, in my mind, it's a really simple experiment that would tell us a lot about how many rake marks do we see that are actually from polar bear predation attempts, not from their buddies giving them a scratch.
There you go. Just hopped onto the comment section. I see that Baroness asked, what kind of birds are these flying around? It's hard for me to see on that picture there. So actually, sometimes, believe it or not, on the above water cams, we'll get horseflies that'll actually fly across the screen, and it actually looks like a bird. I've seen that quite a few times now. But we do have a lot of Arctic terns here buzzing around, and they're spending a lot of time around the boat. So yeah, you will definitely probably see Arctic terns on the above water cam too as well. Rena, yeah, that's a great point. You've been watching polar bear cams for a very, very long time, so you've certainly seen a lot of the area here. You made a good point that there's a polar bear mom and cub in Wapas National Park South. So yeah, that's really cool to check out as well. Absolutely. Sugar G Mom 21, you said, what are your thoughts on belugas that are being rescued? Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? You mean like rescued from, enclosures, or do you mean like stranded belugas, on the shorelines or whatever? Because we did have an instance here in Churchill a few days back. So, yeah, if you could elaborate a little bit more on that, I would certainly be interested in chiming in there. Just motoring along here, guys. Going to check out another group that I see here coming in the estuary. See what they've got going on. So we got quite a few appeared here on my starboard side. They're kind of doing the whole circle thing, so swimming very tightly together. So it looks like they're on the hunt. So we'll just give these guys room. Don't want to interrupt their hunt or anything. And they may come for a look here soon. We'll see. Just hopped over to the comments. Cloud, yeah, thank you for sharing that. I was thinking that is what Sugar Mom was asking about the relocation, but again, I wasn't sure, and I just wanted to be sure. And I think I may ask Stefan this question as well, because he's, he's very experienced when it comes to that stuff, and we'll get his take on it. Just going to drift along here for a minute. Let these guys do their thing and see if they want to come say hello. They do seem pretty busy, but some really good. we have Stefan back in here with us in the hot seat. Stefan, it got pretty busy out there. Eh? You couldn't get a chance to get in.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. They're following behind, they're surfacing all around us. It's hard to drag yourself away.
Absolutely. Stefan, we have a question there. You know, how we our thoughts, I guess, or how we feel about the rescue and relocation of the belugas from captivity.
Yeah, it's been in the news. Pretty amazing to see and get that insight into all of the logistics and how you actually carry out a move of beluga whales across the country, essentially. Lots of us up here have been watching what's been going on in marine land for a long time. We've had, changes in the legislation in Canada. We've had changes in the fortunes of that facility, and a lot of us had a lot of concerns about what those whales, how they were doing, and what the eventual fate would be of them. There's a lot of talk about putting them in a sea pen I think in Nova Scotia there was some proposals. There lots of stuff being surfaced. I actually think that they're going to these facilities that have the highest quality of animal care and a long track record of helping belugas in the wild, as well as doing really great research and conservation and education at their facilities. So they're all AZA, so the accreditation that's North American and one of the highest standards, if not the highest standard of accreditation for facilities. They have excellent programs, and these whales are going to be really well looked after for the rest of their lives, which is what we all really wanted. A lot of folks like myself who were watching it really had some big concerns about moving those whales to a sea pen. It seems quite separated from rest of the population, but we always worry about disease transfer when wild animals are moving between different populations, or animals in human care are moving into the wild. Something that we always worry about, because the implications for the whole population can be really significant. And we've seen from a number of other examples where we've tried to put whales that have essentially lived their entire life under human care back into sea pens or wild situations. They do not do well. They're not used to the noise, all the things that you think, oh, that'd be great. They're going back. Their instincts would kick in, but these whales learn so much from their parents and their family and their pods, and they just don't get put back into that situation or even know how to deal with that. So
it's just a huge disconnect from their wildlife.
Yeah, so they end up getting put into the sea pens, and sea pens are the folks, even though they're really well intentioned, often don't have the same resources to care for them, and it's just a really tough situation for everyone involved, and usually doesn't end well for the whales themselves. And really, we're looking at a way to make sure those whales are well cared for until they've lived out their lives. And so this is a great move. Those permits, getting them out of their current state into other facilities that can really care for them is really positive, in my opinion. I do work at a zoological facility, so obviously I come from a perspective of both wild population biology and population management, but also from someone who works at a zoo, and so obviously I'm going to be especially supportive of really high quality facilities that I know can provide the care that these animals deserve.
Yeah, that's a good point, Stefan. I mean, you know, zoos are certainly important and a vital, key part, I think, to understanding a lot of animal species and being able to learn their behavior and more about them.
Yeah, I think there's a few things there. I would say, you know, good zoos are improving all the time, and zoos haven't always been great. They're good. Definitely, if you're going to support zoos, like look for ones that are accredited and are professional zoos that are have the same goals as striving, to get better all the time. But I think people, don't realize how much other stuff zoos do. So, you think of kind of the entertainment aspects, taking your family to see animals. You think of the educational component, but probably, very few people think about us on the boat right now, working on, collecting data to really protect and manage the beluga in the wild. So lots of zoos, not just ours, have programs that are really helping animals in the wild to stay in the wild and those populations to stay healthy and sometimes even bring them back from the edge of extinction.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think, like you said, I think the main thing is that they're here for, they're not just, tossed back into the wild, which again, I mean, sometimes when you think about it at first, you're like, yeah, these animals should go back. But, you talked about their instincts not really coming back to them or anything, because a lot of these whales in the wild never did learn it, you know what I mean? So it's not imprinted in them, and certainly dealing with predation would be a major issue for whales that would have been in captivity for all their lives, right?
Yeah, and even simple things like, if animals have lived in human care their whole life, they may not have ever chased a fish to capture it, or if they have, it's usually like one or two species of fish, whereas the whales here need to know how to, pull shrimp off the bottom of the seafloor and dive in different places and chase capelin and sand lance and all these different kinds. And you need to be able to be versatile in order to get your full, nutritional requirements out here in the sea, and even knowing where to go. We think that females are teaching their offspring where Churchill is, that Churchill is a safe place, and the boats are, this is very unusual behavior for many places in the Arctic because there is a subsistence hunt by Inuit, the indigenous peoples in the north in Canada, that's, makes these animals wary in every other place you would go except for, here and Seal River as well. So they're not going to learn all those things wherever they go. They have a lifetime of learning to catch up on, and I think it's probably too much to ask anyone. Just like, your dog's pretty close to a wolf, but you wouldn't think of just like dropping it off on the roadside and expecting it to do well. So in some respects, those animals that have lived under human care for their entire lives are in a similar situation. They don't have the tools to be successful.
Absolutely, that's some great points there, Stefan. And also, you did touch on, the fact that the logistics, I guess, of moving these whales. I think that, just the move, the people involved in just the moving, I think, deserve certainly some applaud as well, because it's not easy to move. I mean, we've talked about it before, some of these whales get up to 3,500 pounds. It's not like something you can put in a dog or cat carrier and just bring it around,
Well, I saw a video yesterday, and they had put and made kind of water-filled containers and put them back on the back of a semi-truck. And then they put the whales in a sling in each of these pods. But then there was video of them going down the highway at full speed, with like 6 people strapped on there too, monitoring their health.
I know,
and,
I
like,
saw that. It's
just
crazy.
like fighting the wind. And that I was just like, oh, what a feat of strength of will not to get. Well, they're probably strapped on, but cold and buggy and all to make sure those whales are, in good shape and you can pull off and give them help if they needed to.
Yeah, it certainly takes a big community of dedicated people to pull off something like that. So, that would be, I guess, my final take on it would be, my hat's off. My hat is off to those people doing that work and making it a reality to get those whales, the care they deserve. So we do have a follower or two back there now, guys. Just bear with us here. The whales just kind of, a lot of whales just kind of booted out of here, and it seemed like they moved farther out towards the bay. So just going to check out some that we see here coming up on the port side, and yeah, we'll see how that goes. Again, if you have any more questions, please drop them in the comment section, and we will get to them right away. And again, we are in the estuary, and these whales come in here to feed, for shelter, scratch some of that skin off as well, to give birth, take care of their babies. But they will, from time to time, take a little run out into the bay again, just for short periods of time, and come back, which is what we're seeing some of right now, actually. But we do still have a few whales up here in front of us, so just going to see if they come and say hey. These whales seem to be spending more time as well, guys, out in the middle of the estuary today versus yesterday. So They do have much deeper water that they can play around in, so we don't see them surfacing so much. Coming up right here on our port side on the above water camera, you will see the port of Churchill. There's a really good shot of that there here today under a nice sunny bluebird sky. The port was traditionally used for grain export. Else we can find. Let you know if we do with us. Again. I hope these whales are sounding as good to you as they are to me. I can hear them really well here. We're having some curious ones. We're going to have a look. There is a mom and a baby back there. I can see them every now and then. So keep your eyes open for that. section. You guys are getting some great shots there. I love when you guys get the shot of whales kind of trailing right behind the camera. That was a pretty. Side here, they do zipping around a little. How that goes. They're kind of as well. By ice, you know, kind of creeping on that ice. starting to get nice shots. The sun as well. The sun kind of just started really. We may see more up. And maybe, and it could be. I couldn't really see well on that picture, but we definitely around us today. Also, someone mentioned that maybe my mic was breaking up, so just let me know if you're not hearing me well, and we'll see if we can get that sorted. So just working on a couple things here, guys, sound-wise. Just moved my mic a little closer, just to see if we can correct that issue. So head shakes out of some of these guys as well, which is pretty cool. Seeing some awesome scarring. So not a whole lot of whales right in this general area that we're in right now, but I think we're getting, I mean, for what's here, we're getting some cool shots now. They're really starting to get more inquisitive and are swimming up for a look. Again, if anybody has any questions, please drop them in the comments and we will get to them. Baroness, I just saw your shot of that scratch, or two scratches actually, on the back with that beluga. That's pretty cool. Up towards that dorsal ridge more. Okay, so I have Stefan here in the hot seat again. Somebody asked, what's the highest number of years you've seen the same whale return to Churchill?
Yeah, great question. The ones that come to mind, we've seen 3 times. I think that's the most ones that we know it's the same individual. So 3 times, but some of those are over a really long time period. So the one that we saw earlier in the season, we first saw, I think, August 7th of 2019, and then just 2 days ago, or whatever it was. So long interval. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it's come back every year. We just haven't happened to cross paths with it. One of the early recaptures that we had a pox virus lesion, so it shows up like a series of black dots. I think we were calling him like Morris after Morse code or something like that. But he showed up 3 times. We know it was a he because he was on the underwater camera. We could tell it was male. And each time that we observed it, I think it was like 2 or 3 years between the times that we encountered him. And then on one that was completely identified by folks on the underwater cameras, in the Zooniverse project, I think they're calling like Scarface or something like that. He has really big cuts on his melon. And I think the first time that it showed up was in the early 2000s, and then we've seen 3 more years of that one. So those are the ones that are really obvious. One of the things on our to-do list is to do a photo ID catalog like we do for other whales, and really lock down, okay, we've seen this individual this year, this year, this year. I think there's probably more in there, so we probably have ones that we, identified the very first year in 2016, and have cited, lots of times over. They're just more subtle, and right now, because we're not doing it systematically, we just notice the ones that are really, really striking.
Yeah, great answer, Stefan. And that's, as Stefan said, sometimes you just don't cross paths with these whales. I mean, it is, Churchill Estuary is still large, quite large, and there are just a ton of whales that come here. So, upwards of 3,000 per year. So it's, you're not always going to see these whales either.
Yeah, I think one of the aerial survey counts, so it was a photographic survey over Churchill River, and I feel like they counted maybe 4 or 5, maybe even 6,000 whales at the surface in the flights that they did.
That's incredible.
You can have incredible densities. It's a great thing because it's a nice healthy population. You would expect that. Casey, who is here earlier in the season, did work on an endangered population in the high Arctic that has very few, and it's much easier to do marker capture or capture ID or photo ID. I mean, because a lot of them had scars and there wasn't very many of them. So your chances of, recapturing, reciting that individual are really high, where, if you think of it as pulling marbles out in the old experiment, you put in the marbles and pull out a white one or a black one or whatever, the probability of pulling out the same color marble in this one is very low and very high in that other population.
Very, very true. Hey, Cloud. Thanks for that poster. Yeah, you made a post that said, "This is Morse," and you had some pictures there and some years. Thank you for putting that up. A group of whales coming up on our port side here now. They seem to be taking interest in us. Let's see if these guys say hello. That light is looking so good on those whales now, guys. You should be getting some nice shots there as they pull up behind us. Just getting a little more speed here, guys. Heading back up, heading back north here a little. Seems like some whales are kind of coming in from the outside towards the bay and kind of gathering out in that area, so going to check that out. Again, any questions, please drop them in the comment section. We've had some great ones so far today, so thanks for that. Hearing lots of really cool sounds, guys. I hope you are too. Quite a few whales now right beneath us, actually. They just keep coming back and forth, kind of deep below us. Hopefully they'll swing up and show themselves. But yeah, I can definitely hear them call. Oh, there's one right now, two. Some great shots you guys are getting there. I know it's probably a little more challenging today as well. The water clarity is not quite as good as it was yesterday. I know outside in the bay, looking at there now, it's a little choppy, and that may have kicked up some sediment out there too. And of course, the river itself, depending on the tides, can make the water a little more cloudy. So we're just going to head on a little more north, guys. We do have some whales coming up on our starboard side. I did see them a minute ago, so not exactly sure where they are right now, but we may see them. Oh, there they are. They're just coming up, still on the starboard side. Looks like they're headed this way to have a look at us, so we'll see what happens here. There we go. We're seeing some whales kind of come up out of that deeper water there, coming up to have a look at us. Alrighty, guys, just checking in. Sure. Feed. We're gonna move on out a little more. Just going to see if there's any more action out this way. It is going to get a little more bumpy. You may notice the camera is going to be kind of moving a little more. I'll try to mitigate that as much as I can. Right here coming up, guys, on our starboard side, you may see the above water camera. It's the National Historic Site here in Churchill. View is pretty incredible there. We do have a big group of eiders on our starboard side as well. A little sea duck that we have here. Of course, is the back area, which during days side of the river. Ended up taking the fort anyway, without a single shot being fired from the English side. Just bear with us here, guys, for a couple minutes. I'm just going to have a look around here in and see what the best next move is, so we can continue bringing you guys cool under stuff soon. coming up on our port side too, guys, you will get that wind was night. So we do have a small group of whales around us here, guys. They do look like maybe they were feeding, but we will see. Just going to hang out here and see if anybody comes, says hello. We got one heading towards us, coming under us right now. He comes up. Nice. with us. The principal. Pretty cool. Being still, I just saw your comment that you are. I hope you can hear me maybe better now. And I know you was frozen for you. We'll just let. Cruising along with side and a baby in the group, so ready for that. So those guys seem like they may have just passed us by. I do see some up ahead. Seem to be heading out. Keep an eye on those cams too, guys, because we are out in the bay right now. So you may get a lot more jellies and all sorts of different things on those cams as well. Again, I know we are kind of bouncing up and down here on the waves quite a bit versus back in the estuary, but we're just going to see how this turns out for a few minutes anyway. And if it's not what we thought, we'll just pull up that cam and head our back as quick as we can and get back to some whales. Oh, maybe they're riding along with Mom. That's pretty cool. I was hoping you guys were going to see that. She pulled up kind of next to me here on my starboard side once with the baby, and I could see the one out the window really well, so I was hoping you guys were going to get to see that underwater. So great captures there. We got a small group cruising along with us here, right on our port side. Their normal cruising speed would be anywhere between 4 or 5 to 10 miles an hour. They can make those short bursts though, which will go up to over 20 kilometers an hour. So, just kind of cruising along like normal, and then they'll real quick. And I'm sure you guys have seen it on. I actually just saw a juvenile kind of pull up on my starboard side, and he was really smooth looking. Not a whole lot of scars on him at all, which is pretty neat. You don't see that a whole lot. On the port side too, I know it's quite a ways away, but you should get or on the starboard side, sorry, you should get a good shot of the town of Churchill. You can see the town complex there. You can see the port. Again, I know you see the camera kind of and the bubbles kind of going up and down as we're riding these waves here. Again, getting back to the Hudson Bay is a really shallow bay, and it doesn't take a whole lot, to create these waves. You don't need much disturbance from the wind or anything. This actually made this bay very hard to. It made it treacherous for early explorers when they came here and settled first. The Hudson Bay Company would have had to battle many storms here, and I'm sure that there were many a ship lost to the Hudson Bay. All right, guys. So we decided we're going to abort Bay. Doesn't seem to be a here. Well, it is much more choppy for you guys watching. So you for a couple of minutes just while I run back. And then I will put the underwater camera back with you. Thanks. And of course, as I say that, a beluga rolls up out of nowhere and comes up to investigate the camp. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes here. Alrighty, so I think we lost our friend there. I think he went on his way. So I'm going to bring that camera up. Keep watching those above water, so guys, as we're traveling here, because you will see some beautiful landscape. Odds, and you will see the kind of coming around us on both sides at a We're and I just saw some belugas approaching. Not sure if we're going to pick them up on the underwater cam right now. We're just going to head. We are back in the estuary. Just going to head a little more to the south and move back down to where we were a little earlier and see if any more action there now. Again, any questions, pop them in the comment section. I'm going to hop over there in just a couple minutes. So I just hopped over to the comment section and I see a question. Can Beluga see their reflection? Saying that you know they certainly can tell the camera's there through echolocation. As far as can they actually see the reflection, for sure. Yeah, I guess we kind of had to be. Great question, though. Some whales just pulling up on our port side, showing some interest, so we will see. So we are back in better beluga territory right now. We do have whales here shortly. I noticed that you guys are still getting stuff that I'm not even seeing on the screen here because I'm just too busy. So yeah, that coming. Alrighty, guys, so you're probably seeing some whales just coming on the screen there. We do have a few here, and you're probably hearing them as well. So we're going to do something a little different here. We just got word that we may be able to see something pretty special. Again, not sure if it's going to be there when we get there, but we're going to take the next few minutes and travel. So again, you know, it's just one of those things. It's a gamble. If it works out for us, it's going to be incredible. If not, then you guys can just watch the anyway as we travel. 10 to 15 minute travel time. Maybe I can do it a little bit quicker. Not sure, depending on how much deal with heading there. But yeah, hang in there. Again, if you guys have any more questions, traveling, we're going to be the Guys watching the above water cam. Board on the other side. Board. Sorry about coming up right now on our side cam. We have a mom, polar, and two. Look at it. Go ahead a little bit. I know it's a little bit of. She's definitely. Looks like they're laying down. Actually, they were. For a little. I will in a minute. Our cam. Because you never know, we can. Okay, so I just switched microphones here, guys, because we are still having some issues with that one, so I hope you can hear me. We have a mom and cub polar bear, mom and two cubs, sorry, right here on the port side up in the rocks. I am going to swing around here shortly and try to get in a little bit closer so you guys can see it a little better. I'm going to keep it on the port side if I can, because that's the side that the camera's on, so it'll be better for you. So just stand by here. Just bear with me here. Going to swing back around, like I said. See if we can get a little closer on the port side for you guys. All right, guys. So right here again on the port side, you'll see the white kind of up on the top of the rocks there, and that is a mom and 2 cubs. Yeah, there you go. There's a tree right behind them. Yeah, good call there, Stefan. I know it may be a little bit difficult for you guys to see, but pretty cool nonetheless. Guys, I don't know if you can see or not, but actually one of those cubs is up on mom, so he's kind of up on the back of its mom there. The other one's just off to the side. These bears would have come off the ice just a few weeks ago, actually. So they're just kind of biding their time here now. They'll be here on the shores here now because it is an ice-free time. So they'll be on the shores all summer now into the fall until freeze-up comes. Hopefully, late November. Every year it seems to be a little later coming. And again, mom's been on the ice all season. Get as many seals as she can. Packing on that weight. And right now she's going to have to go all summer long and keep these 2 cubs fed, which is pretty remarkable. And just rely on her fat reserves for that. I just hopped over to the comment section. Being still, yep, you found them. Great shots there. Cloud, thanks for that one. It's a polar bear and 2 cubs indeed. Just going to do another quick loop around and give you guys a look at the trio there again. Just gonna loop around here in a minute and get them on the port side again for you guys. A little closer this time. Hopefully you'll have a good view. There you go, guys. I hope that's a better view for you. We're a little closer here now. On the port side, you should see them just laying up in the rocks there. And again, I mentioned that these bears would have come off the ice a few weeks back, and now they got to wait, right until freeze up is now sometime late November, or early December. And as you look at this bear with these two cubs, it's you get the sense of just how hard this is on these animals. She has to go through this whole summer, try to keep these these two cubs fed and alive, all while waiting to get back to the sea ice, which is where all the nutrients is that she needs to survive and those cubs need to survive. And what's happening to these bears is every year they're facing a broadening window between break up and freeze up, and these bears are forced to be on land for longer, of course, due to climate change. We are losing sea ice rapidly, so yeah, this is a good look at those this mom with the cubs, and I hope it gets you thinking about that, with the hardships that these animals do have to face with that broadening ice-free season. And this is, of course, a big part of what we do at Polar Bears International. Is to raise awareness of the difficulties that these animals are facing. Alrighty, guys. So we're getting towards the end of today for us. Again, of course, we work the tide schedule, so yeah, we're getting down there now. We are going to leave the stream going for a few more minutes, so you guys can view that mom and two cubs over there. I think it's a great way to end off the day. Very fitting for us here at both Explore and Polar Bears International. We want to thank you guys for tuning in. I know that there were points today where the Belugas were a little slow, so thanks for hanging in there. You guys still got some nice shots there, and the questions were great as well, so thank you. I love seeing all you guys back every day, and some new guests as well. I want to thank our friends over at Frontiers North Adventures, of course, as well as the Assiniboine Park Conservancy. Thanks to Stefan and Meg for joining us again today and for lending their brains for all those questions you guys had. We are, of course, Polar Bears International, and getting back to what I touched on earlier, we inspire actions to protect polar bears, much like these that you're looking at right now, and their Arctic sea ice home, because the sea ice is shrinking. We are losing sea ice, so this, affects polar bears in a big way. Through research, education, advocacy, and international collaboration. And what we are aiming for here, the end goal, is that future generations will be able to tune into this live feed. Even if they can't come see a real live polar bear, they can tune into this live feed and watch bears just like this in real time for years and years and years to come. And that's what we're striving for here. So the Beluga boat schedule for tomorrow, I do believe we are on at, I think it's, I'll have to double check. I think it's 3:45, but not sure. I will drop it in the comment section when I get a chance here. Again, thanks for everything. You can check out PBI's website if you like, if you want to get some more information on the work that we are doing for polar bears around the world and to fight climate change as well. Alrighty, so that's it for me, and I'll be signing off for today. I'll see you guys all back here tomorrow, and we can get right back into it again. Hopefully we'll have another good day. Thanks.